So much to do. So much to do. Didn't come out as well as I had hoped. Okay, leave that alone. Hmm. Okay. Got the wings, indeed. Getting the wings done. Starting on them, at least. Getting them started. Kind of a little crooked, so we're having to make sure they look a little straightened out. How'd your break go? I ate some food, watched some YouTube, chilling. Like how this looks. Yeah. They are large. I might shrink them. We'll see. Right now, I like how they are. There's a. I'll make them a bit smaller. So like right there. But I always got the option to shrink them down later, so as long as I design it well, should it be flexible to changes. Also, hello, Top Cat. Welcome. Something like that. All right, I think we're looking pretty good. A little large on the palm. Whatever. I guess it's a palm. Dragon anatomy. All right, but now we want to clean up. In fact, let me just go ahead and I'm going to take this one and delete it. So I realize there's no point in working on that one. I'll just duplicate this one over. All right, this should give us a nice knuckle. Increase this one. All right, good stuff. And we'll do the same kind of bevel here on this one. Oop, I don't like that. I think we'll. Oop. Here. Push that out a little. And that gives us, again, just kind of a knuckle shape. 2. That looks weird. I'm gonna switch to view. A little crooked. I'm gonna take this, duplicate it, stick it right there. A little bit smaller. Cool, something like that. Okay. Then we're going to take the finger here. Duplicate. And attach. They look a little long. Let's scale it off the active element. That looks more reasonable. Right about there. All right. Figure out the eyes. Where are the eyes? Ah, right. A dupe. I'd say that looks pretty cool. Ooh. Okay, we gotta put the pause on right now for this avatar. We made some pretty solid progress, but for other work. And then we'll call this pre-wing bake. Tomorrow we can get the wings baked, done, and probably rigged. Yeah. Now we're gonna switch over to dub. Good, we got our work cut out for us. We need to make some clothing and some hair. So let's focus on the clothing. Already got the hoodie done. Okay. I guess we'll want to separate the hoodie here though. Seems like it's still working. But we'll make another folder for the hoodie. Hi, Polly. Good stuff. All right, then we will make here a circle of 8. We're going to mirror this object. We're going to subdivide it. And we're going to shrink wrap it to the large hoodie body. Yeah. Good stuff. Put that cursor there. Only worked up to a point because this is a different object. Okay, so it is actually working super well. We are just confused at what we were looking at. Story of my life. Okay, that looks pretty good. Got most of it's done. We'll do another switch up here. And I think we'll go ahead and start merging these down. Do a wireframe in order to nice and easily reset our spacing here on our topology. What I learned from the last model I was doing this with is that the dragon clothing is that we won't need to worry too much about this because we actually kind of want it to fit the shape pretty well, but then at some point once it's close enough, we just want it to kind of evenly cover the surface and avoid stuff like these kind of stretching, because it's going to be up to the texture to really carry the final look, not the geometry. That's at some point we just have to let the texture do its thing. Add a mirror back, put it up top, because we want to add a hoodie here. So I'm thinking that we could just do like a little cut like this. That'll probably get us most of the way there. Okay. Save. We'll mesh one more time. Well, we'll apply the mirror. Duplicate and apply the shrink wrap. Going with our slide relax again. Just trying to get things kind of as even as they can be before we just apply the shrink wrap. Probably gonna do that mirror one more time. One more time. That looks good. Go ahead and mesh it now. Go back with our, oh. Let's make sure everything in the middle is in the middle. Good stuff. All right, now it's its own thing. We're gonna go into sculpt. Gonna slide relax. Boom. Now when we clean it up, it stays a little truer to the actual spacing instead of conforming too much to the shrink wrap. All right, there we go. It'll be hoodie, body, local. And this one will be hoodie, body, my poly. Now we're looking at the pantaloons, which we're adding details to. That's what these are. But I don't think we've made a low poly yet. So yeah, make another circle. We'll add a mirror, subdivision, and a shrink wrap to pants. Scale it in and begin. It's a circle of 8. And we want one here. Going to be this one that we bridge into the middle. And everything else here we push up to the top. Tippy top. We do a cut there, cut here, cut there. For the butt, we'll go ahead that should be fine. Should be doing a circle. Yeah, this is right. Okay, indent it. Boom. Got it. I'm not going to worry too much about that topology just yet. Because more importantly, we will apply the mirror. Well, actually, I'm just gonna, yeah, we'll apply the mirror. Subdivision, duplicate, and apply the shrink wrap. And then we're going in with our slide relax, because now we're actually going to clean it up. Don't care about the left side right now, just fixing the right side. Use a little bit more resolution here. All right. That should be the middle. Rip it, delete it. 0.660. Add that mirror back. All right. Yeah. A few of these spots have just enough detail that we need a little bit more. Maybe even three, 16. This would be 4, 4, 4. Group of 16. Indent. Boom. Hey, there we go. Those look really good. All right. All right, let's mesh it completely. And we're going in. And we don't really need a shrink wrap or a slide relax it anymore. All we really want to do is just make sure the middle is actually in the middle. Because a shrink wrap can get a little bit confused if you put it after a mirror modifier. Sometimes I don't like that. All right, so that's the pants low poly. Beautiful. We'll drop that into the clothing. Take these. And a lot of little details now that we're going to be adding to pants and stuff as we go. But right now, I'd actually rather I think I'd rather set up the baking version. So call this one GeoNode. We'll take this, mesh it, or we mesh it. Something like that. And now we'll mesh it. Yeah. Duplicate it, mesh it, pull it out, and hide that. So I don't want to be looking at that. But I do want to ensure that it is actually fixed up. Go ahead and bridge. Bridge. Merge. Okay, so now we've closed up the hoodie. Let's look at the UV editing. We're already in there. Select it and unwrap it. And we get this nice unfolding here. We'll take this point right there, go here, mark the seam and unwrap again. Bam, even quilt in and straighten. Beautiful. Power of squares. Oh, we also have a shirt, don't we? I think we forgot about the shirt. Yes, we did. All right, so let's make the shirt now. Whoa, excuse me. All right, mirror, subdivide, shrink wrap. This one will be shirt low poly. All right, looking quite good. Actually, that doesn't matter. I'll put the cursor here. Delete. 0.6 ES. There we go. Beautiful work. Okay. And again, apply. Apply. Duplicate. Apply. Oops. Apply the mirror. And then once again, duplicate. Okay. Now we're just here. Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And just evening it out. Evening it out. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. This looks like one too many here. I don't need that. Okay. Compare it to the actual high poly. Uh, once again, I have to repeat that so many times, but worth it. It's worth it. I think there's too big of a gap in the pit here. Scoot that over. That should be good. All right, I think we're good. We're gonna mesh it. Awesome possum. Sure goes in there. Now we've got all of our low poly clothing. Yay. I'm gonna show you all how to unwrap. The trick was when I first made it. I don't need to look at that. Having the reach polygon is confusing me now. Oh, we're gonna go ahead and add in some pets. And we'll do slice one side, slice the tops. Now it unfolds. And the sleeves, easy. Done. Body. Now we'll turn it live and wrap again. Okay. Distribute. Beautiful stuff. That's how it should look. Do we have any materials on them already? No, then we'll make that now. Double G. Look. And we'll add in a image texture. UV. And copy to selected. Beautiful though. Beautiful. All right. And we just do the exact same thing for our shirt. Four, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. What's up, my bro? My name is Gaddafi. How is it going? It's going well. Welcome, G Motivation. Welcome to the stream. We're making some clothing right now. I make clothing for VR chat avatars. So if you're familiar with that world, do these parts first. Stream is going well. Well, thank you. Are you streaming as well? But my stream is going well, if you're asking. I do work streams, so I stream the work I do every day. Oh, heck yeah. What'd you end up doing on your stream? Okay, okay. Shirt done. Beautiful. Beautiful shirt. Came out super well. UVs are clean. Nice. All right. On to the pants. Oh, sorry. I'm talking about what I'm doing here. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Sounds like you did. What kind of what did you end up doing on your stream? And we'll take this. Tribute. Oh. Well, thanks. Oh, heck yeah. Well, VR chat's kind of similar to Roblox. You make custom content and stuff. That's what really keeps me motivated, keeps me interested in this kind of work. Love making stuff. It's addicting. It really is. There we go. And then this section and this section. All right. Bam. Alrighty. That looks pretty good. It's a little squashed right in here. We kind of push them up and even them out a little. Just downloaded OBS yesterday. Uploaded one video. It was lagging like a lot. I don't know how to use OBS yet. Takes some getting used to. Want to make sure your settings are set up correct. I'm not super great at it either. To be honest. I think I usually just look up YouTube tutorials and stuff. And I guess we'll just distribute this whole thing. That might work. Yeah, actually, it's pretty good. Okay. Better-ish. Right about there is good. All right. There we go. Thank you. Hello, Even. Welcome back. Weird thing about what you said of high poly UVs don't matter. Does that apply to the clothing you're exporting from MD? Ooh. Technically, you can bake if your high poly object has a texture on it. You can bake it. It's just usually not necessary. Because you're mostly looking to extract normals and ambient occlusion and curvature and those kinds of things. And those are all just from the mesh. The reason I use the Marvelous Designer for the UVs is to use some special positioning stuff with my UV maps, which I actually have set up here on this hood. But I think I've shown that to you before. If you want me to go over that, I can. But I think you know what I'm talking about when I say that. UVs don't matter. Does it also apply to the clothing you're exporting from MD? There's no reason not to include them. It's really like there's no reason to You don't need to do anything with the UVs from Marvelous. You don't. It's not a matter of really messed my head on that one. Thanks for saving me time and making me question so many. Well, good. I mean, part of me getting on here, and it's just a lot of 3D art is it's a lot of suffering. This shit's hard. and and it can be quite painful. Um, Emotionally draining. You went through the methods of how to make the bakes. I got to go back and watch your imports from MD. Very glad to learn something new. Anything that saves time is a blessing. Very true. Very true. All right, something like that for now. I'm sure we'll do that a little bit later. That looks pretty solid. Moment. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to add to this a displace vertex group with a modifier set to displace. And we're going to go ahead and go object, link, mesh data, vertex groups. Oops, I messed that up. Gotta go. Nice avatar there. Have a good one. Same 2G Motivation World. Good luck with streaming. And thank you for coming by. Hope you have a good one. Perfect. So now they all have it. And then we're going to copy the modifier to select it. Awesome. Then we'll turn on high poly. And before we do anything else, we will position these. So we'll save the position, make sure everything's at 0. Save the position, go to frame 2. Select these. We're going to move like straight up. I'm doing this. What's that? Oh, I broke my pockets. do. There we go. Put the hoodie up here. And I want to get just the shirt. Move it down. And right there. Okay. Oh, and then just the hoodie. Or actually, like right here would be good. So that way we can get some of the inclusion. What does he have in his pockets? Hello, Lord Pepsi. Welcome. Didn't tell you, but also thank you for adding that command sequence pressing ad. Oh, on the lower left corner? Absolutely, yeah. I think that it saves me time when I have to go back and remember what I did. What did I do? All right, so that looks gorgeous. Now what we're going to do is focus on the displace. So we're going to go in here, turn up the weight, turn down the strength, paint in the displace. So it does not need to be that strong. Rather build up slowly than too quickly. Ideally, we're just above the surface on everything. Oh, also for our low poly objects, we want to add a triangulate, keep normals set to fixed alternate. I'll do that to select. Okay. Now we can tell if things are breaking. String 1, mid-level, 0.5 for cage, writing it down. Get the deets. Yeah, for the strength, I just don't want it to be. I usually think that having a very strong displace or just the default displace is usually good enough. Sometimes I'll adjust the weight, but then it will behave as I want it to. There we go. So there we go. We've got our cage for the jacket. This one I'm just going to do a gradient because I'm lazy. It should be pretty close. Interesting, this one's kind of poking through a little. Why are they poking through? The high poly here. Does this have a solidify or something? No. Quite chunky. Chunky. Chunky monkey. All right, that should be good. So now what we'll do is we will export. So we're going to start with the high poly. Go to bakes. This will be double G. We'll actually make a folder for the clothing. Double G, clothing, high poly. And these are my settings. You're going to review this later. Export settings. And then boom. So it's the low poly cage because it displaces on. Turn off the displace. And then bam. Now we'll bake it. Bake it. Oh, sorry. What's up, Jahan Miller 96? Welcome. Everything's wonderful. I just watched you. Well, thanks. Goddamn, 2 weeks from scratch to finish is so fast. I gotta start getting more sneaky tricks. It is all about the tricks. Yeah, it's really the only thing that can save you time. So we're going to bake the mesh now. So we're going to grab our high poly, grab our cage. You a regular streamer? Yes, I do stream every weekday. But I do work streams, so not really. I make 3D models, and that's pretty much all I do on stream. Not necessarily the most entertaining, but I enjoy it. Thank you. Thank you. I will. I definitely will. I'm enjoying it. Always more. Oops, I'm baking a second time. Always more to look forward to in this kind of work. Got some big projects. I think this is what I do for a living. Sam stream extremely casual, maybe twice a month. Lucky you got him there. But this is what I do. I make characters for people. So I'm making there's this character. If you're familiar with VR chat, I make VR chat avatars for people. So we have this character here, Rabbit Man, and he's got these details here. And I don't know where his eyes went, but he has eyes. Making this character though. That's kind of the inspiration for the character. But hello Riso, welcome, welcome. No emotes, only for VR chat. There's something called emotes in VR chat, which are exactly as you'd expect, but I don't make emotes for Twitch. If that's what you're asking. And we're doing good, Riso. Back to baking again. We never left. Just a different avatar, different baking. Did I make the hair? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Very crunchy on the high poly, so let's re-export our high poly with some subdivisions. So that's what we're missing right now. Boom. 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 And boom. Sorry I wasn't here yesterday. No need to apologize. And the day before yesterday. These last 2 days have been crazy AF. I had no power. A lot of crazy stuff has happened in my city involving revolts, people uprising against the police. Whoa, goodness. My goodness. Well, I hope you're safe. That's definitely pretty intense. Does step in Unity. I appreciate it, John. I'm not looking to hire anyone at the moment, but I wish you well with your work. And go ahead and export one more time. And then we'll bake one more time. And this should look a lot better. A lot of the crunchiness there. Well, I assume it's from the high poly. Boom. Uh-oh. Well, that ain't right. That ain't right. What happened there? It's because I didn't have them in the right spot. No, thank you. Well, that's looking good. It's looking real good. Look at those delicious normal maps. Look at that wrinkle. I appreciate that, Top Cat. I think we'll see. I think we're feeling out if this is a scam. Call this one base. Save that. And I think that's actually a good spot for right now for the work here on this character. But everything is. Are you doing all right, Ariso? Everything okay? I'm safe. I'm really fine. Okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. I'm not sure how many tries used for that hoodie, but those folds for the pocket are looking really good. Is the pocket a mesh as well? So for the low poly here, this is what we're looking at. So it's actually solid. It's just kind of these chunks here. But we did a little slice in order to imply a little bit more there. And I might actually go in and I think I'm going to go in and do another slice to give it even more depth. We're going to do another cut here. you make this rabbit today? No, I did not. Gonna have to go back in the SAM archives to find out how you did that hair. That's all curves. All curves. But yeah, I can actually show you right now. So I made a fun little system for it. Now the stream for that one I think is actually a little long. Might be worth looking at, but it is a little lengthy. Let's turn on retopology really quick. It's not curves, it's nodes with you. So many trickery. I think I did use nodes on the hood, but not in a very, and what I found to be quite a useful way, but may still be a lot of work. Uh-oh. This is actually loading quite a bit. That's no good. Oh, of course, because it's getting pulled through the front and landing on the hoodie underneath. That makes sense. It does kind of stink a little bit because now we have to readjust all our stuff here. Oh, this will be quick. Eternal Shadow completely sells it. Good damn. The power of baking. I mean, baking really is, in my mind, the most magical of all video game workflows. I think there's so much that where it's just like you really just get a fake so much. It's pretty wild. And it makes painting really, really straightforward in a way. In some ways. But we do have to go in and sometimes slice some stuff. Interesting. I'm gonna actually do a big cut here. So learned some stuff about baking because my bakes have artifacts and weird stuff. My James noticed that. You get cookies, baking is great. Sure. And when I finish the high and low poly of something, there's a pain having to modify something afterwards because my rebake doesn't work well. I have to commit to it and I don't like it. That's why I need to learn a bit more about geometry nodes so I can instance the cage, modify it in a way that doesn't mess with the whole thing. Yeah, my cage is just a displaced version of my low poly. 90% of the time. That's my I just add a displacement mod and then that's my cage. So oops. Just adding a few more cuts in some spots to sell the look of this. Now we're going to cheat a little bit more. That's what I'm afraid. This triangulation is a little too far. What about this one? Yeah. Well, I do need to triangulate this way, actually. Okay. So maybe that's the solution. We'll triangulate this way. Boom. Yeah. And then that gives me a really odd cut I can make. Like this. And then we can just kind of push it in. That, and that should give it a little bit more depth. All right, let's see how that goes. Barely need any tries, because really all baked. Another secret is you can always subdivide your baking version. Like right now, I could add a subdivision here and then undo that subdivision afterwards. So you get an even higher quality bake, and then you just really barely need. I read that. All right, let's see. That one I don't do too often. I kind of prefer to have what I need, but I may use it more often moving forward. This is just the standard export. Boom, boom. And then cage export. Save. Hello, Nara Bloom. I hear baking. I still think cake and cookies. Hi, hi. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Oh, cancel. Chip control. Make sure I've got my low poly updated. Why subdivide gives you a better bake? Does it capture light, better angles? So if you have sorry, let me look at my pocket really quick. A little bit of an odd spot right there. That does give it some better depth. We just need to clean up some of these corners. So if you have something like say a cylinder, let's actually make a circle of 8. So if I have this cylinder and say I'm sampling a really highly subdivided object, when it's sampling, so imagine this black line here, the unselected version is the cage, it's sampling here and here and here, but the gap here is much bigger. So that's actually an issue, and you'll see that kind of artifact show up a lot where it gets like silvery, like it gets like silvery kind of at this spot right here, because this gap creates it's missing, basically it's sampling the surface incorrectly. So if I had my cage or low poly object and I just subdivided it once like this, then that gap is smaller and smaller and smaller. So, but I could always, after I'm done baking, I can undo my subdivision and I would have a nicer bake still than I would if I baked directly with that low poly. But it's a little more advanced. I personally don't use it that often. I like to be working with exactly what I need. But thank you, Logan, and welcome. So you can see it here, right here. See this gap? Like this, right here. That's exactly what's going wrong there. That is the issue that we're encountering right now. Wouldn't the cage be a throwaway after the bake? Cage is all you always throw away. So what a cage is, all it does is it matches. So let me just duplicate this one and turn on the displace. So what a cage does is it matches, so it knows that the low poly and the high poly, the low poly and the cage share a UV map. That's the most important part. They have to share the same UV map. But they just identify position, so if it's sampling here, on the low poly, that would be right here. But on the cage, it would be a little bit higher. And so this difference here, from here to here, is it just shoots that. Now it knows it's shooting the ray from here to this point. And then it samples the high poly along that ray. You know, it keeps going, hits the high poly at some point. And that's all it does. And what you're left with at the end is just a texture. Any mesh can sample that texture. You don't need the same mesh to sample that texture. So you can use a lower poly one, unsubdivided, or the even lower resolution. It's still using that higher quality texture, but it's using less triangles. Does that make sense? Because all that baking does is create a set of textures, and any mesh can use those textures. You know, obviously you want one that matches the shape, but there's no like ownership of that that UV map. You get to use it however you want, or this set of textures afterwards. Nothing really determines that. All I do until you go back to subdivision for the cage. When the cage, oh, I read that. Sorry. But your cage and your low poly, they technically don't have to have the same geometry. They have to have the same UV map. The UV map is what determines, is the important part between your low poly and your cage. That's how they're connected. They look up each other's UV map to determine the positions that they're sampling. Boop. But you could use any cage. Like if I moved my cage way over here, then the rays would like if I moved my whole cage and put it over here, all that would mean is that it's sampling from this point and shooting it all the way from over there. It's just to get that initial sampling position, as I understand. As I understand. We're going to put another cut right here. So I can make this curve a little less extreme. But then why does it matter to undo the subdivision for the cage after the bake? Wouldn't you delete the cage after the bake is finished? Sorry, I may have said subdivision for the cage, but I meant subdivision for the low poly. I guess, I wonder, actually, let me try that. So we have our low poly here, our low poly. And then we're going to copy to selected, turn on our displace. I'm going to turn off our triangulate for right now. Add a subdivision. Subdivision that keeps boundaries, corners, junctions, and concaves. So we have the same UV map. We get selected. Now I'm going to overwrite the cage. Interested to see, it's probably going to make some baking errors, but that's not too bad actually. But it bakes just fine. I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's a little bit more, I don't want to say advanced, but it's not necessarily, does not apply to all situations. You really don't need it. But you see that I subdivided the cage. I'm still able to bake. All it does is just, again, change where it's sampling from. Still getting a little rough there. And we got a clip there. So I'm going to go back and undo that cage subdivision really quick. So subdivide low and cage only for the bake, and then after the bake is done, you delete that subdivision. Exactly. Subdividing only for baking in order to get a better bake for your low poly object. That's kind of like how you upsample. You know, you bake a higher resolution, even though you're only going to use that lower resolution version. It's very similar to that. Hello, G Corky. Welcome. It's been a while. I'm actually going to go to the high poly now. We're going to take our jacket. See, I have entered the room. Hello again. What have you been up to? Can I add a solidify? Do you already have a solidify? No. Life. Fair. Dude, I just burped. How's the process making a cage for you? Like, what do you do exactly? So I did make that in the stream here, and I'll show you how I did it right now. Let me just export the high poly. Boom, boom. And I'm just going to start this bake really quick. But I just use a displace modifier. Unless I really am having issues, and then I got to do a shape key, like I can't prevent clipping. Looks like what a CIA agent. Perfect. That looks a lot better. Nice. Yeah, that little edge made a huge difference. Okay. So you instance low poly and use a displace modifier? Nope, it's just a displace modifier directly on my low poly. So that way I don't have to... I could use an instanced object if I wanted to. Sometimes I do that. But in this case, I just turn off my displace when I want to export. So I click this one, select all of them. Bye, G Quirky. Gotta go to Kim say hi because I haven't come to stream in a while. Enjoy your day, G Quirky. And then I'm going to right click, turn off displace for all of them. So this is my low poly now. This is what I'm actually going to use in game. And then to make the cage, I turn on the high poly, or turn on the displace, right click and copy to selected. And the nice part about this, of course, is that the UV maps are always the same. It's just a matter of re-exporting. Doing changes to the low poly automatically means I'm making changes to the cage at the same time. Pockets messed up. All right, but our bake is good. Oh, maybe not on the hood. Hoodie's a little rough. It's also crunchy. Let's go look at the hoodie on its own really quick. What we're gonna do is slice. It looks like it's triangulating correctly. Oh, except right there. Much better. Much better. Much. Reasonable. It takes into consideration what I did before is use a shrink wrap modifier on the cage that uses the low poly as a target and uses the high poly as an auxiliary target. But I suppose it's because I don't understand well the concept of a cage. It's purely, so basically it shares, the cage is to determine the position of the sample, the start of the sample, when you're sampling your high poly. So it needs to know which pixel are we shooting a ray for, which is why it needs to share the same UV map. So it goes, hey, we're sampling this pixel on the low poly. On the cage, where is that? It can determine the 3D position of the cage. So let's say the cage is out here. Oops. Say the cage is out here. The low poly is right here. So it goes, hey, on the low poly, this position is this position. And on the cage, it's right here. So now we know we're going to shoot the ray that way. So that's all the cage does, is it's just determining where that ray starts from. For example, it's pretty reasonable to, for example, parts of the high poly being below the low poly. That's fine. The low poly doesn't really matter when it comes to a cage because it's shooting. So we have the cage on the top, low poly on the bottom, and then high poly. The high poly can be above or below the low poly. All that matters is that the ray starts here and it's aiming towards the low poly, but it'll keep going forever. So it'll keep going. Even if your high poly was way down here, it's just a direction. It's not a stop and start. It's a go from here to here. It's a direction, not a stop and start. In other words, the cage must always be above the high and low poly. It must always be above the high poly. The low poly doesn't matter in that context because the low poly is just to determine, cage determines the start, low poly determines the direction from that start point. Doesn't matter how high it is. Depends on the way. I took that as a joke, but I'm sorry. I may have been misunderstanding your question. I took that as a stoner joke, but this is the blendies. I understand that's pretty reasonable. Oh, good. Sandra not went running today. I went running. I ran. I'm always running from the police. No, for real, does it matter the difference between the cage and the high poly? No, because what determines the distance is um, is this here. So uh, I mean, you can see it right here that my high there's a mismatch between my low and high poly, right? Like you can see the I believe the blue is the high poly. Yeah, blue is high poly, white is my low poly, and then you can see my cage. So it's already we already have clipping issues if it was just the low and high poly. But so no, it doesn't make a difference. Quite crunchy here. I can't fix everything. I think that's gonna have to do. That had to be around, but the closer around, the better the detail. So that does make a difference. It's like a lens or a magnifying glass. The closer you can get your cage to the high poly, um, the more accurate it is. Um, if you're sampling from really far away, especially if your cage is curved and stuff, like eventually, if you keep stretching your cage, it's gonna miss the high poly with its sampling because you're just warping it too far, um, regardless of it uh, intersecting or not. Okay, the hoodie is really messed up here. Oh, they're in the wrong. Wait, what? Do I want to delete it? No, it's okay. I think I have to redo the hoodie. Something's wrong there. Something's wrong. All right, but we need to move on to some other avatars because got more to do. All right. So good work on that character. Let's switch to another. Good old Lord Peps. Oh, Lord the Peps. Hey there, Pepsi. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. So, where did we leave off? Oh, right. This mesh is huge, so it does take a little while to load. I think what we want to do right now is actually begin to transfer the low poly, begin the retopo process. So we're going to do that. Save a backup copy. Go to retopo match. Because we do have to figure out how we're going to change the hands and feet, and that we want to make sure the low poly and high poly are in the same spot for that. So we're also going to do wings, low poly. And yeah, good stuff. That's for the body. Oh, body. So let's begin with the mask. I'm going to make a plane. And we're going to start with the eyeball. Or the eye socket in this case. Oh, I see. starting the low poly from the high pile. This is really new. This is a very classic. This is a very, very classic way of doing retopology. Like this is the standard way. It should be 16. Yep, perfect. And leave that open for right now. You know, I will just extrude out to it. But I think that understanding how to box modeling is the most important thing you can learn when it comes to creating models. And I think when I say that, it may not be clear what I mean, but it's literally using boxes. Like the way I make topology is basically an attempt to make things as box-like as possible, as square as possible, because it's repeatable, and there's a lot of advantages to that. Now, if you make a box, you know how to unwrap that box. It's kind of the shortcut. Makes it easier to subdivide. Works with quads. I'm going to give you tricks because I feel like it's a shame to give you advice. Lol, have you used Speed Retopo? I have. Well, I've used Retopo Flow quite a bit. I find that I end up redoing a lot. All right, let's add a mirror. Let's add a subdivision. Let's add a shrink wrap. Shrink wrap's going right there. F2. I'm not sure what F2 is. F2. I feel like you recommended this before, but I can't remember what it is. Make edge, edit mode, F. Or for, whoopsies. This one here. Oops. Hitting F. The pole, I'm not sure which one. Use it on the pole you have close to the eye below the nose. This one here. I'm hitting F. Edit mode, F. Is it just to move things around? It's G, and that's F, huh? I am hitting F. Let me turn on screencast. Oh. But here? Oh, I see what you mean. Auto connect. Doesn't seem to quite connect how I expect it to, but it is useful. Sure. Oh, I see what you mean. So you select the pull and it automatically pops it out. Gotcha. So if I did this, I'd get this one. Oops. That's pretty useful, yeah. I definitely see that saving some time. Well, well. Oops. Oopsies. Excuse me. Goodness. Yeah, that is super useful. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Oh, what else do I have on this? All right. Just speed your retopoing. Retopoing. Crazy. Yeah, that's definitely going to help quite a bit. Right around there. Should snap to my cursor, that'd be nice. Beautiful. 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 I think for this edge, we'll actually... No, I will go this way. So I want to connect this edge. So yes, I helped Sam. Did you send the vid? Would love to learn what's happening. Well, new tricks, less time pulling hair. So there's an add-on called F2. It comes with Blender. And all you need to, what it does is you find a corner like this. Oops. Like this one here, where you can see that this is an open edge, this is an open edge. So if I select that and hit F, it automatically turns that into a face. Now, this spot's a little tough right here. These two connect. Then I have a loop that goes all the way around. And I like that. Ugh, I do not like working with freaking subdivisions though. They're so messy. Fair. Fair. I'm back. I got work in an hour and I was heating up some food. Well, I hope you have a great time at work. Ugh. You work late? Night shift? Dang. Mm-mm. Should be the same amount. So close, yet so far. It looks like we're just missing one then. 1 inch. Nice loops. Hmm. Do I just collapse these? All right, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. And let's do the nose. think we're gonna apply the mesh. We're just gonna mesh it now. No, no, there was not. The bevel node has actually had its own talk at the at BlendCon last year, so they might have an update for us this year. You can, um, I believe you can. You basically make a geonode layer and then put a bevel modifier on it that targets like a weight or some attribute, and then you do another geonode afterwards. I believe is the current workaround. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. All right. Now, put the mirror back on. Man, the saving does take a while right now. We're going to go ahead and turn on the high poly again. Oh, I really gotta. Glad I'm making backup saves now. Or automatically making backup saves. Because it just takes so long. Oh. All right, sorry, getting distracted. All right, back to work. So let's turn this on. Take these, duplicate, and send to the mask low poly. And cool. So altogether for the mask, 1,152 tries. Very reasonable. Let's unwrap it. So I think that the easiest way will be to follow our little that we made. Here. See what that looks like. Not great. There's something keeping it together. It should be an even slice. Uh, that should work. Interesting. Okay, something is keeping them connected. Oh, duh. The eye socket. There we go. And then I will. So now we got this nice object here, and that rotate. And we'll call this one for Pepsi clothing. We'll include that in one material. That is certainly a face. I think maybe, well, hello, Toby. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? How go your Warudo adventures? Weird question. Can GeoNodes create multiple objects after applying them, as in multiple objects to different mesh data? No, they would be one object. A feature from my Blender tools incoming. You should consider just contributing directly to the open source, to the Blend project, Blend files. I mean, it is open source, so you can always yeah. I mean, not to discourage you. I just you do. So having it as a blend tool is totally reasonable as well. This one really got smushed here. Thing is, I don't want to release or work on something half baked. I only like giving fully baked stuff that is fully functional. I really don't want to deliver mediocre stuff. Fair, fair. There we go. The UV man is looking at me menacingly. Want to buy some drugs? Calm down, UV man. Just doing double work on that. I'm not sure what you mean. The copy mirror UV feature would be amazing. So I do have a mirror on. They have a so you can go if you go in the mirror mod, you got this option down here. So in the mirror mod, you have the mirror UVs as well, which is super useful because then you could keep the mirror mod and have different UV maps. I'm not sure what you're imagining, but that's pretty useful. So a little bit awkward to try to set up your UV map using that, but the promise is pretty good of what it could do. Just kind of a pain sometimes to work with. Would the UV copy when you mirror the mesh after solidifying the mirror modifier? UV copy when you mirror the mesh. Oh, sorry. Right now, it will copy it and they'll overlap. The mirror UV, it's easier if I have a color grid. The mirror UV, see how these are exactly the same? You can see how it's symmetrical, mirrored. But if I mirror the UV, then it's flipping it on the middle. 0 is the middle here. So I go right, if I line it right up in the middle, you can see how H8, H9, if I apply it, you'll see what I mean. So if I go here and I mesh it, now it looks like this. So it'd be far more useful if you could like tell it to mirror based on one vertice. Like you could select a vertice and be like mirror on that one. It'd be perfect. Or an edge actually would be even better because then you could get orientation too. Not gonna lie, something that I'd love to do is make a line export system for VR chat subs painter utilizing FX, export 3 times in a row. You could just simply select them 3, find the export folders, just have everything automated. Something like a deploy model for texturing or deploy model plus animations for VRC. I think it just depends on the type of process you have. Because I find that baking's just a very hands-on endeavor. Like it's pretty hard to just rely on any of the automated aspects of it. But I mean, I'm not entirely sure what you're imagining. That being said, there we go. All right, so that's unwrapped. Then we're going to copy these over. Excuse me, let me sit down. Oh, I got water too. Digest it. Digest it. So I guess the only reason not to place the UV on top of each other is a mirror, as a mirror, is for asymmetrics in the texturing. No, correct, correct. At least I think we're on the same page there, but yeah, it's only if you want it to be an asymmetrical. If you're looking to be hyper efficient, generally what I'm looking to do, then you would not do that. Goodness. Oh, my back hurts from slouching so much. Really gotta watch how I sit. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Mask is now UV mapped. Actually, I'm going to go to the restroom really quick. Oh, sorry. The only automation here will be exporting the FBXs. Say if you update the low poly and the high poly on the cage, to export it 3 times in a row. My idea is to be able to export that quickly. Let's be able to find a folder for export you know. Then when you open the project again, Blender's default export location is everywhere except for where you want the FBX. The idea is not to go through the hassle of searching that folder again. Gotcha. I mean, I could certainly see it speeding it up. Just defining like, this is my high poly collection, and that's my low poly collection. And would probably be all you need to do. I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the restroom really quick. 1 moment. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. So now we're going to do what we did with high poly with the low poly. So we have our data transfer here, which we'll duplicate. We're going to call this one body low poly. And I'll take our body. We're just going to shoot it over to this folder. This is going to be our starting point. But there's some issues. The hands and the feet are different. So what we're going to do is actually delete those. These ones are super close here. But I'm still going to redo it. All right, and lastly, we also would have to get rid of the interior of the mouth, because that will just break as we're doing this. And that's really easy to recreate, honestly. And boom. And grid fill, clear seam, and clear crease. Okay. Now, next step, add a shrink wrap. We'll actually get rid of the rig on this one. Put the shrink wrap, yeah, after the subdivision, that seems correct. Just snap it to the body. Save. So, first things first. Move this down. And we're just trying to get it to sit over the surface as best we can. All right, on the shrink wrap again. Obviously, we got our work cut out for us here. I think we're going to duplicate the shrink wrap and apply it. That may break some stuff, but it's really hard to work with right now, so hopefully this will clean up some of it. Make it a little more manageable. Even new favorite. Line relax. Rub the bald head. Rub the bald head. Like a genie. Hmm. All right. So we should be at 0. Should stay there because we have the mirror on. I return after a hellishly long phone call. Curse you, phone calls! Well, welcome back. We're wrapping up the boy here. Put him in a cage. How you doing, Whammy Samu? I'm doing well. Doing very well. Well, thank you for asking. You're fine. I appreciate Whammy Sammy. Makes me feel violent. Peachy. Just updated Pure Ref and it corrupted my board and lost all the images. No! That's rough. That really sucks. Someone asked my friend has a model that's based on his character, but he wants to update his character design, so rather than getting a new ref sheet, he was wondering if you get updated to his model and then use that as a 3D ref sheet. Not sure if you do that. Unfortunately, I certainly appreciate you reaching out to me about that. But I only do 3D work if there's already a design. So I think I probably would refer them to a 2D artist. I have a few in mind if you would like a referral from me. But if anything, what I would say is to use screenshots of the model and just draw over those. That would probably be a super good starting point, and maybe accomplish something similar to what they're looking for. Beautiful. That looks really good, actually. Real good. Real good, bro. Ooh. Just yeah, such a cute model. It is super cute, super cute. We're doing the kind of the Japanese kimono. It's like Japanese furry style. And I'm really enjoying it right now. And we're getting pretty close already. I think we got to do the low poly. I made the fluff for the outfit I was talking to you about. Can you give me your opinion if it's too much hassle? Yeah, I'd be happy to take a look. All right. So, my first recommendation for the fluff is if you're using geometry nodes, I believe you're most likely using an instance on points, mesh points. I would recommend using an instance on edges because that will give a less grid position if you do it, because then it offsets it exactly. So that'd be my first recommendation. And then second would be to add a data transfer modifier to the clothing underneath it. So you'll get a really soft look. And it'll really smooth out the whole fur. And you won't get like, it'll look kind of cartoony, but I do think kind of a nice way to approach it. But overall, it's looking good. I think it's good to see you embracing GeoNodes. Embrace the GeoNode. So I think you're going to have a blast with that. I mean, you come from a programming background, so I think you'll take to it quite easily. But let me see if I have a video picture. Absolutely. My first model was super kimono style. Super kimono style. I don't know. I said it like that. Sorry. Ah. Thanks so much, Sam. Absolutely, absolutely. Don't say no to GeoNode. Geo no. Geo no. But in that, you are definitely kicking butt. I think you're absolutely heading the right direction with your fur. That's how I would do it. I would most likely use a GeoNode system for it because doing that kind of stuff by hand is awful. Awful, painful, evil. There you are. Oh, thank you. Let's take a look. Oh, super cute.
Like me, I wonder what happens.
I think I've seen this game before, but this is super cute. Time to follow. Got to be careful clicking your profile, unless it's your streaming profile. Como Rembi, I love that visual novel. It's a stream. Gotcha. You just never know. Twitter's always a gamble opening up. You gotta, it's gotta be ready for anything. Oh, my back. All right, 511. Okay, we're gonna take a pause here because we did some good work so far. We got the mask, we got the low poly. We're getting ready for Stiff. Oop, can't do that. Oh, I'm not leaving just yet. I'm just switching tasks. I have like 3 accounts. Side safe work for our main one, that's safe work, and streaming one. Oh, my back. My back. Oh. A second, everyone. Okay. Hero? Abby almost looks like that character from Owl House. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. I never watched it. Don't break your back. I'm dying. I'm dead. Oh, I'm already dead. It totally does look like that character. I don't know what their name is, but you're 100% correct. And I hate you for it. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, that was aggressive. How dare you? Okay, things look good. I really should take a screenshot. Okay. Bum, bum. How's the poly looking so smooth and the curves are triangulated and modifier? This is subdivided. So when you have a subdivision modifier and you turn on the wireframe, it gives you this smooth look, but it is just the subdivision. Smooth. Oh, dummy. All right, gonna send off these screenshots to good old Lord Pepsi. Lord. Good name. Well, there we go. And let's make a backup copy because I'm paranoid. Okay. So now the final avatar we're going to work on today, and this will probably be pretty quick. We're just going to do some retopology of the clothing. Yeah, I don't know why this one is so takes forever to save. But we're going to work on iBite. All right. So we're going to make a collection here called clothing. And we're going to do file append, go up into collaboration, iBite close collection. Append. Okay. Let's review how this is organized. Okay, so we just want to import both. Append, boom, boom. Hat, I love that hat. Good. Whoa, that looks wild. What is going on? Zoom. Did I import them twice? What's going on? On break. There's duplicates. These ones aren't duplicated, I think. That was some sort of importing error. Or no, there are. Oh, gotcha. The clothes have been solidified. I think I would prefer that to not be the case. So we're going to go back to Marvelous Designer and re-export them directly. Well, we'll just import these. I'm gonna leave the clothing. Love the hat. Good. Me too. The reference image is super good for the clothing. Very cool. Just in case, when you color realistic skin and substance, do you have some side that can help with skin, red, blue, yellow area tones? Honestly, I don't do realistic skin terribly often. So unfortunately, I don't think I have a place to direct you to there. In fact, if you get a resource for that, I'd be happy to look at it as well. Do, do, do. That's so weird. Safe for work inspired? Is that what that means? Or is there some... I think that's like shorthand or something, or I don't know. I think I'm misreading that. Just in case when you... Oh, I have tons of reps for color face net, but the rest of the body, not so much. It probably just comes down to... well, for the blue, I believe the blue is for like hair. I believe, like, because it's yellow, red, blue for the face areas. But I'm pretty sure the yellow is just where your bones are close to the skin. That's kind of all it really is. Red is subcutaneous points, more blood-filled points. Blood. 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 I'm gonna turn off the particle distance a little bit. I might regret that, but I'm doing it. I wouldn't really know subcutaneous pressure points. Not 100% sure what the difference would be. I think that looks real good. Real good, real fancy. Real good, real fancy. And then anything else I'd like to add? I don't think so. File, export, OBJ. Going to put this right here. We'll say clothes. B2. And I want them thin. Okay, bone stretch around your skin. It wouldn't be there to be around that. Hard for me to say. I'm not entirely sure. I'm just not entirely sure. All right, so we'll save this. We'll go back to Blender, and then we'll do File. Look at your hands. I can see my bones. I can see my tendons, really. My hands are so big. But oh, I did FBX import. I want to import a budget. Maybe I want to match the body a little bit closer and redo the clothing first, because we have our low poly here that we're working on, but we do also have the high poly. Looking much better. And it's close, but there are some differences. It'd be nice to have the musculature come through the body form. Okay, so we will actually delete the clothes one more time. And instead of working on the clothing right now, we will take our data transfer, copy it, make a new collection for body, low poly, paste that right there. We're gonna paste that right there. Maybe not. We'll duplicate it. Move it down and then hide it. And then remove it from the rig. Then add a shrink wrap. Ooh, let's be a little bit careful. We do not want to shrink wrap the toes. That's pretty much it though. So let's add a vertex group. Shrink. All right. So now we get to do surgery on our doggo. Well, virtual doggo. Borzoi, exactly. Hello, Pretzel Boy. Welcome back. How's your day going? Pretty good, just hanging out for the moment, about to work on some stuff. Ooh, what kind of stuff are you working on? We'll add extra resolution to that later. Sorry, Sam. If you were to do a bake on substance, but then later alter the mesh of your low poly, like adding new loops, as long as you don't change the island edges, it shouldn't matter for the textures, right? Correct. Yeah, it just depends on if you're going to rebake, you want to make sure your cage is as close as possible to your low poly. But if you're asking, um, if you're just editing your mesh afterwards, that's totally fair. I mean, you can do whatever you want to your mesh. There's no, it's kind of a free for all after you've there's no right or wrong way to work with your mesh. So yeah, you can definitely do that. Either Battle Beast cosplay or Actor. I haven't decided which today. Ooh. Battle Beast. I just got a band for that. Oh, for Omni-Man. Gotta put that together. uh, oh wait, fluff update. A fluff date. Fluff update. Very cool. Okay. Yeah, I like that. I personally think that looks a lot softer. Um, Next, what I would suggest is you can randomly offset the position of the tip. So if you take your original object, you do a vertex group, so you select just the tip, whatever object you're instancing, then you can do a set position with a noise or a random value, and you can just kind of move them around just to give it a little bit more variation. Just the tip though, because you want to make sure your coverage of the bottom is even, which looks very even right now. And then potentially you could also yeah, that should be good. That should be good. It's gonna, I think yeah, that would be my next piece of advice. But it's looking good. It is looking very good. That is for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Kicking butt. A butt kicker. Kicker of the boot. Hello, Popstar. Welcome. What did you click? It's looking good. I think we just need to work on the high poly now. Okay. But now we can actually re-export our low poly because it is in the position we now want, matching our high poly a little bit better. But I'm first going to cut out the mouth. You ever tried an add-on called Retopo Flow? That's what I use to remesh. I have used Retopo Flow. I think it's a good software. But I just find I end up using these methods more anyway. But it is a good piece of software. And it's good to see that they're still doing updates and stuff. Loading. Loading, loading, loading. Is that too dense? No, it's not crazy dense. We will do a mesh filter for smooth. And I just hit it a few times to get rid of the crinklies. And we're going to look up some riff rhymes. Oops. They have kind of a squarish nose. Looking up images of borzoi noses. This doesn't look real. Is this AI? It's gotta be. Look at that eye. Funny. First I thought it was a painting, and then I was like, huh. Definitely not just a painting. You know what? Let's actually just select this. We'll do mask, extract. Let me do it for you. Let me do it for you. This mesh might be a little dense. Now we got the nose on its own. We'll invert this and we'll do a mesh filter for inflate. Push it down. That. We don't want to. It should still be somewhat close to the mesh, but the Borzoi did do it for you. Did. Loading. Boring. I need to turn down the remesh size. Oh man. Boy. Taking too long. It's taking too long. Alright. Alright. A Borzoi knows. A Borzoi knows where he goes. Borzoi. Borzoi. Question: have you ever used the resource library in linked assets in Blender? No. Well, I have used the asset library, but not like not their assets. Just for moving my own assets around. All right, so we're going for a very sleek gaze here. Very high fashion. Yeah, they're just learning how to use that because I tend to reuse my base avatar a lot. Well, just keep in mind that a lot of the assets they have there probably weren't built with VR chat in mind, or even video games. So you just want to make sure that you're not going to give yourself more work by having to undo or work around what's in there. So that would be my only concern. Edit a lot too, so it makes sense that if I make a change on one project, I need that change to be done on the others as well. Resource library, as in for my own usage, I'm not using. Gotcha, I see what you mean. Yeah, I suppose so. Especially, yeah, if you're doing the same kind of style of avatar a lot, I could definitely see that making a lot of sense. Is it meaning Kermit as in the frog or what? Because that meme confuses me. I don't know. Now that you got that little Borzoi song stuck in my head. Good. My power grows. My fashion dog. That's what we're going for. My fashion doggo. Oh, hello, iBuy. For sure, was a cover done by Miss Piggy. The lyrics apparently go, "Didn't I do it?" Gotcha. Said what it earthed the meme in my head, and now I need all you to go insane with me. Go insane with me. Time to go insane. Macaroonies. Do 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. Um, we don't want to go too crazy with the details. I'm enjoying adding some form and musculature to our boy, our Borzoi. Yeah, I made that joke already. Am I allowed to make a joke twice? Yes. My stream. He went to war. The war's our boy. Musculature. Musculature. 3. Is that right? 1, 2. Perfect. Just a little bit high on this one. Boom. Okay. Dude. I love how the pot pads are so simple compared to no. Uh, need to figure out a better way to keep the detail in the hands when I'm starting from a low poly base. So I don't want to make each finger from scratch every time. That's a little rough. A little rough. So I mean it's not too bad. I'm just staying stylized, so it's gotta be a more efficient way. Good stuff. Okay, let's take a break from working on the hand or the sculpt, and we're going to switch over to the clothing. A little too bony there. I think the palm is too long, but I can adjust that after we bake. Model's looking super good though. Okay, I'm gonna go to Marvelous Designer. Actually, back here. First, we're gonna take the body low poly. Wait for it to export it. Export that, save. Go to Marvelous, take this body, delete it. File, import, FBX. This one. Sure. Okay. All right. So for the body, this is the one we just did, right? Just updated? Yeah, must be. We go here, we set this to do, turn this on, wait for it to calculate. Then we save. And we hit play. Here's save. Double click this, double click that, double click this and that. File, export, object, create, and okay. Back to here. Turn this stuff off. Go into clothing. File, import, object. Interesting. But it's attached there. Huh. On the high poly, definitely fitting a lot better. That looks really cool. I'd say we actually just need to adjust our view. What I'm trying to do. And where is it? Camera. Oh, where's the ambient occlusion? Just for the sake of seeing it. Go. Definitely gonna take screenshots. All right, that looks really good. So now we're going to start on some low poly clothing. We can turn off the, we're just going to focus on retopologizing the high res clothing, which should be pretty simple. Doing overtime, are we not? Yes, yes we are. Yes, we are. Actually, we have the vest. So separate that. Wait, what? Why? Because it's there's still two sides to this. No, just one there. Ah, okay, there's the shirt. Okay, okay. What the heck is going on? Yeah. So separate that. And we'll separate the pantaloons. Pantaloons. Everything's looking pretty good. So now we'll add in subdivision surface. Copy it selected. That should refine a lot of these. Beautiful. That does look quite good. I always forget to do that. I need to add a weld mod to the top. Select boundary loops. Weld. Assign. Object. Link. Object data. So not link object data, transfer object data. Transfer mesh data, vertex groups, active layer by name, and then one at a time. Select the boundary loops, assign, assign, assign. Now, for these ones here, we actually will also separate the boots because those should be their own object. Those should be their own object. Struggling. And then we go here, select everything, and say copy modifiers. Beautiful. And that prevents any of the little gaps we were seeing on the clothing. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Now one at a time. Start with the vest. Make a mesh, a circle, set to 8. Scale this down. Mirror, subdivide, shrink wrap. Set the shrink wrap to here. Eight SY. Okay. Easy. Easy peasy. So this will be vest low poly. And that's it. 3 seconds, vest done. Got to come back to this one. Not quite done. A little bit more to do. I'm going to do now here. Subdivision. Duplicate and apply the shrink wrap. Take the mid. Add the mirror back. Go to sculpt. Smooth the heck out of this. Just looking no good. Nice, even squares. Beautiful. Okay, now that one will match. And then we slice. Actually, no, I really should check that it is fitting better. Better. Wrap back onto. We had a low poly already. Why are we doing it with the new one? You just shrink wrap. This one is not low. Well, this one's the low poly here. This one is the high poly, or I guess I'm not selecting it, but this one is the high poly right here. Oops, hit mesh. Well, that's what it looks like meshed. But definitely dense to the level we don't want to bring in. Best low poly, 672 vertices, pretty optimized. Then we're gonna make a circle. I've done this quite a few times today. Ended up just doing so much retopology today. That's okay. That's how it goes sometimes. Oh, my body though. Were those high poly clothes made with Marvelous Designer? You made those? I had Nammers, who's in chat every now and then, pretty regularly, make them for me. High poly and low poly, I mean the octagon you just did, then shrink wrap and mirrored just now. Oh yeah, so this, well, you can see what I'm doing right here. So first I do that, but that's the low poly. That's the low poly I'm making. If I understand your question. Oh yes, yes, definitely Marvelous Designer. I really wanted to find a workflow like this in Blender, but it maybe with GeoNodes you could do something like it eventually, but we're quite a while away from that, I think. And a lot of it still relies on a lot of the add-ons that try to offer similar services still rely on Blender's simulation, which I've always really struggled with. I think Blender's simulation stuff is kind of bad, honestly. It's a little rough, just hard to control, and a lot of the UI is just feels really dated. That's a complaint. Overall, pretty good. But look at that. There we go. Ta-da. So you're starting the low poly of the clothes from scratch with that octagon every time. Yes. The reason it's an octagon is because an octagon is a subdivided square. So I'm box modeling. I could have started with a square and set my subdivision to 2, and it would have been the same result. But because I know I'm working with an octagon, I'm using similar methods to box modeling, which gives me square or shapes that I know how to unwrap very easily. And then box modeling. The one thing I know absolutely nothing about, I literally mean as modeling as if you had a cube. So modeling as if you were using just a cube. What does that mean? It means if you can imagine making a box around your character, like this, around whatever object you want, you could do it only with squares, then in the simplest way, only with squares or a box, make this a little easier to see. Like this is what I'm imagining when I'm making my models here. But if you make it everything square, like you're using just the simplest possible box to wrap up everything, then then it becomes really easy to unwrap and UV map later and subdivide, because boxes are inherently easier to work with, or inherently easier to unwrap. It's kind of a solved, if you make a primitive box. Anyway, it all kind of revolves around the understanding that if you subdivide a square enough, you get a circle. So by understanding that, you can imagine things as boxes and get a really good idea of how you're going to make your topology over it. It's kind of an oversimplification. There's always some nuance there, but I do think it's kind of, that's in my head, that's how I'm approaching this. You have increased the loops next to the joints, though. I usually triple the loops around shoulder and crotch for bending. If I need to do that, I can always do it after I bake. And because I've made a box mesh, it's pretty straightforward to do. It's very easy to work with it to get it back to that spot. I think this one's pretty much good to go. Hopefully that makes sense. It's kind of a little hard to explain. I think I'm being clear, but it is kind of unintuitive to describe. But once you see it, I think it's quite intuitive to work with. All right. Perfect. So poly. Altering the base mesh after baking, will the trickery ever end? The version you make to bake, maybe I do combine these. Yeah, we will combine these two. For the low poly, though, we will break it apart in the end. Or for the high poly, they'll be separate objects. For the low poly, they'll be the same, but we're going to combine them for now while we make them. But yeah, there's your baking version exists just for baking. You can do whatever you want with that final result afterwards. The version you make, you bake, but then you shake to then exchange for monies, pretty much. Oh, I'm tired. I will have to stop somewhat soon, I think. Oops. This one should be pretty easy to mess with. There's not much. Pants are pretty straightforward. But we will. Slice it. Okay, like here in the butt, you wouldn't need even more loops there. No, not really. I mean, it matches pretty well. No, I wouldn't say so. Not with pants. With the butt, like with actual cheeks, I would probably add more loops. But for the clothing, no, because it's you don't need the butt crack or groin crevice or anything like that. For these, not really. But again, for um, I'm gonna make a new material that we're gonna change the color of. Oh, and make sure to assign it. All right, so how are we gonna make this match here? Oh, I see it. I'm going to take this. Do one more cut. Make it a little bit closer. And go up here. I guess I'd do one more cut here. Um, that. And then Shift Tab. Sorry, I missed your question. Okay, it looks a bit crunchy like that one of the curvature. Maybe the tries help later. Crunchiness is inescapable with a lower poly because that's just, as long as from the front it looks good, because the crunchiness you were having on your model was because the model's actual form was kind of sharp. Does that make sense? Whereas here, this is a very smooth surface, so the details are going to look pretty smooth. They're not going to be as sharp looking. Because it's kind of it's flatter. It's flatter. There's less changes in angles. The reason the butt cheek, the butt crack, was so sharp is because the crack is right up in there. This is not low poly small. It looks like a mid-level model though. And I say low poly in the context of how dense compared to what I'm working with. That makes sense. It's the lower poly of the two. So the position of the vertex kind of screw me. Plus shadowed AP of the high poly, like you said before. Yeah, what you want to keep in mind is that your texture is still on the mesh is the canvas. Like your texture is still beholden to the surface, the shape of the surface. Like we're gonna mark a seam here for now. I won't need this in a second, but I want to make this selection here. Switch to faces, invert and hide. Go to here. Smooth this out. Try to do our best not to touch the border. Wish I could see my cursor while I'm sculpting. In fact, the only reason models look smooth at all is just shader trickery. Like this mesh, like it literally is just a series of points, but it looks smooth because we're faking that smoothing, using it like just based on how we render it. But the texture still conforms to the angles of the surface, though the shading doesn't. But the texture will. The image we put on it will. All right, so let's go ahead and mesh this. Right, I've always just worked with really high poly meshes, so going this low, the way you do them is completely new to me. Mighty scary. I wouldn't worry too much. I do feel that the higher density meshes are by far the scariest. So I think you've gotten the hard stuff figured out for the most part. I think you'll see that you might even have an advantage in the long run because I worry. Fair. All right, let's focus on the low poly. We're gonna get these UV mapped now. We're also gonna make a material for them. Good low poly means you know how to be efficient. Very true. I would say, yeah. And it is also kind of OCD behavior. I mean, you don't have to. I feel like, especially the direction video games are going, like a lot of games are not as worried about their poly count. VR chat has to be a little bit more concerned because they're trying to target a mobile platform like phones and VR headsets by themselves. Like the Quest headset is a mobile phone basically. So they have very strict polygon counts. But if you're getting into the industry, you can get away with a lot more, a much higher count. Like looking at like if you go look at any AAA game, their vertex counts are pretty high. Balls. Okay. Maybe, but Yui needs all the help on low poly because the amount of things on screen. Check the vids again later, but thanks so much, Digital Sam. Get some rest. I will very soon. Almost done with this. Almost done. Very soon. We're so close to done. Almost there. Look at this. Yeah, there. All right. Actually, this one in here. Room here. There we go. All right, all right, all right. Okay. So close. Another 15 minutes at the most. I gotta stop. We'll be doing, let's see, we started at 9 today. That's a decent amount of work. Decent amount of work. Whoa. Why is that happening? Okay. Oh, so close. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's the 2, 2. Oh, almost there. Almost there. 3. Why is it like that? Almost there. What am I looking at there? All right. Oh. I'm back. How we doing? We did all right there. We did all right there. I think I might just even out the whole thing instead. From here to here, just distribute it. That does look a little bit better. So, same thing here. And for the vest over here, I guess, yeah, the same thing. All right. Moving fast, y'all. We are moving fast. But it is time for me to call it. That was a considerable amount of work. And my back hurts, so. Some ibuprofen. Actually, that one should be 03. Okay. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. It's been a very productive day. We've been working long hours. Started at 9 a.m. today. It is 7 p.m. now. I need some rest. So thank you all for hanging out. I do hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday, hump day. Way through the week already. That is insane. Got a lot of work to do. There's some commissions. I will probably be starting the stream late tomorrow because I need to do some commissions. I cannot stream, or maybe I'll stream it on Discord. But either way, thank you all for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye, Popstar. Bye, everyone else that's lurking. Hope you all have an amazing one. See you for Thursday. Bye.